Hello, everyone. How's it going today? Finally found some time on this Tuesday to turn on the stream and progress through some MSQ. Hope for those of you on the East Coast and probably Central Time zones, hope you guys are getting quick queues, not getting booted out. And for those of you further out west, you're almost done with work day. Keep at it. It is I, Linkus, your residential derplander, or Nerdbert, as some people like to call me, for the third day of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Well, I should say third day, third stream. And oh boy, last stream, we learned a good amount. Let's go ahead and do this so I don't get AFK'd. Where to start? With the Fafnir, learned that their people have an alliance with a dragon, and they were using said dragon to get dragon scales off of, to try to make trinkets that would not counteract getting tempered, but protect someone who doesn't have a Blessing of Light / Echo from getting tempered. We did a field test, found out that it worked. The main alchemist, I feel terrible because I forget her name already. I'm born again, Anima. Nidhana is that alchemist's name. She got trapped. She's in the Tower of Zot. Van Daniel did a little bit of a lore drop on us saying, hey, I'm Amon, nerds. The Amon from the Crystal Tower? Yeah, I'm that guy. Which now brings up a lot of questions, such as, are you wanting to destroy the world so that way it joins Alag? Because it basically self-destructed if I remember the lore right. And does he just basically want to self-destruct and, in a sense and way, rejoin Alag? Also, we learned that the dragon that Razatan has an alliance with, or Thavnir specifically, actually runs Razatan. And it's, what was that name again? Vitra. Excuse me. Youngest of the first brood. So the satrap of Razatan, Awan, if I remember how you say his name, he's basically the figurehead. He's the face. He's not the leader. Vitra is. And they keep it secret because if people were to learn that a dragon rules Razatan and not a singular family, bad stuff would happen. War would probably break out. But he bid us go into the Tower of Zot, figure out what's going on in there, save as many people as we can, take care of the tower, take care of the beings that dwell within. He will provide us with more of these trinkets that Nidhana managed to figure out. So we go back to tell our allies, hey, we got a way to prevent people from getting tempered. Just carry this trinket with you and we'll be good. So that way we have the full group to go with us back to Thavnir to take care of this tower. Also, hi everybody. I'm pretty sure I have my camera off for that. I'm excited. Dungeon number 1, probably within 2 quests. Let us stand up and do it. Nobody, I think I talked to everybody. Yeah, we did this last stream, I think. Into the dark of the tower. Since there has been progress on both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Didn't learn all that much in Labyrinthos. Learned that the Forum discovered a secret.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
Bring in Master Matoya since she's unaffiliated with us. I like the thought.
Even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
I hate these gloves. Go full glove or no glove. Don't go half glove.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Go in and destroy the core.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
And don't be at the top of the tower in case it does disappear.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
You sure Alpha Node is in the right group? Shouldn't he go with you since he's a healer?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Yeah, go yeet and get sick. Off we go. I will say I wasn't idle in my small amount of time off. Spent most of the day yesterday and a little bit of today not only getting rank 1 mount speed, but I've also cleared out every available side quest up to this point. So my classes go 80, at least 81 on every tank. Sage is getting up there to 83. I do MSQ on that class because I like Sage, and that's the first healer I want to get to 90 for the purposes of the role quests. Reaper's still chilling at 82. Got Dragoon to 81. Machinist kind of chilling at 82. Red Mage also kind of chilling at 82. Whatever Zone 3 is, which I think I have a feeling on what it is, it's probably going to be Garlemald. I would figure. Well, nah, I ain't gonna get anything out of it. It's almost done. I can pick up a little bit of experience, because I figure this dungeon is probably going to get me to 84 with first time bonus. It's further down. What the hell is going to be in here? Outside of the Magus Sisters. I know that from eating up all the Mediator coverage. From what I remember, the Magus Sisters are going to be the first, the end boss here. But a friend from Aosia, been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. The problem with taking so much time off between streams is I forget how everybody's voiced. If this is the future of Aether I travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however empathetic, could have prepared for me that. On account of which, we are a little late, but fighting fit. Mostly. I know. I've been there. Yes, and this little guy is apparently Vithra's eye in a simulacrum. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Vashon, I suppose? Indeed. It would not do to confuse us soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Thank you, not Vithra. Oh, excuse me. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Linkus and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of the repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. The Tower of Zot. I am ready to rack up many Vuln stacks. Alright, so I am going to hide the game real quick while I open up some menus and ask some people. Asking around. Close out my friends list. Bring that back up. Come on, bring game back up. There we go. While we wait. Technically, we have 2 Azure Dragoons. Alright, we're just waiting on a fourth person. Just gonna wait on the word from them, say they're ready. At least we got chill music. All right. Sorry. Oh, unrestricted parties not allowed. Vitra, a great worm of the first brood and a hidden satrap of Brazatan, has bid the scions cross the Naranair and mount a foray into the tiny islands of Natural Spire, a Tavaforoy structure known by the locals as the Tower of Salt. Your companions join you on the journey, protective talismans in hand. Prepared to face whatever unnamed horrors await you within. Come what may, you cannot allow Nidhada and her kin to perish in the grip of dark magics and darker designs. Benchmark trailer music, alright. Flick back on my stance again. I'm popping my damn chicken. There we go. Foul place this. Let us proceed with caution. Come on, get back over here. There she is. Guess nothing more. Alright, let's go. Such a great surge of ether as if a summoning hath begun. Ah, there they are. Oh, they go down. So we keep going onwards and upwards. We shall. Same thing. Break your stomach, huh? Oh yeah, you can. This. There he is. Fighting Mindy first. Alright, let's see what you got. What the? I got clipped by it, damn it. Aha! Okay. Wizard was... forget what body it was. Right. Go ahead and sentinel that. Alright, so fire is get there. Blizzard is cone. Hey, get out of here, you nerd. I like it. I like it. I'm going to go and assume that's absolutely going to be in the final boss. Gauntlet room. Nothing? Just those four, okay. The hell is that thing? shield. This way. Alright, treasure chest. Oh boy. I probably should have waited. Boss number 2. Cindy. Or Sandy. Cindy, Sandy, same thing. Alright, what the hell do you do? Oh, I guess that. So far, you're a Dragoon. Right further away. Yep. Stop. Oh, I see. You want to be spread out so you don't hit your other people. Let's get the dog back on. How are you supposed to tell? How do you tell? How do you know which one's which? Look for the one not emoting. Big boy pool coming up. Oh, we're on tippy top, aren't we? Yee. That's all three of them. Matter of cost, we must protect the tower. Is it all three of them at once, or they all come individually? Looks like we're going with the individual route. All right. What do you do? No, I didn't. Doesn't matter which one we go after. There's no way that's it, though. Oh, that was it. What? I fully expected a second phase to that. That's a Tower of Zot down. So what now?
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
For now. First two bosses, well, first one took a second to figure out. Second one, still don't know its core mechanic. Third boss was a lot easier than I expected it would be.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
A man's limb, huh? Amon's limb?
And that should be the end of it.
And now the tower starts to fall apart.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
I was gonna say we're going to Legend of Zelda Ganon's Tower. They said GTFO in 50 minutes. That's a lot of dudes.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Good dude, Graha.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Aren't they all going to be tempered?
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porxies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
It's a lot of dude. Dudette.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
So we destroy the core, tower goes poof. liberated prisoners are being transported to Razatan for treatment. Alizé and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. By the way, need to tell the people thanks again if they didn't catch it. Jewel of Thavnir. Is this us going into Razatan proper? Had enough rest, have you? Never wore one for being idle. Right. Bashan bade us come to Magaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and the Scythian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. It's you and me, then. The guards met at the gate should wave us through. Yeah, tower. Poof. Gone. Ah, Haunted Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions into the city, the sentry station at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Expanding House of Splendors. I have been to Razatan before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. And don't expect me to act as your tour guide, like certain others. What if instead of this sound... Fountains normally have names. You had like 2 of them in Ishgard, you dork. Ah, Master Linkus, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. Oh, is that a... Yep. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest point of Razatan. To get there, I would normally recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. The satrap will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Pasca's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Uvrida Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. That's their reasoning behind not letting us use the Aetherite. No. Yes, I know about this portal. Leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of Rana Razatan wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, you will gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Is this their lore reasoning behind maps existing? Now I want to explore a little bit. I thought I was just going to beeline up there, but yeah, I want to run around with Justinian in tow and see what he says. So what happens if I still try to attune to it? Does it just say no? Just says no. Found the scripts gets changed. And the materia vendor. At least they put them all here. Unlike Yolmor, where it's kind of pick a direction and hope you're right. Bud weed, huh? This is their, what you call it? What wants for experience, Red Mage? Honeybee, I take it. He actually sprints too. Nice. Hey, there's a guild with 50 DKP. What the hell is in here? Why is there people everywhere? Hmm. Etherite this way if it'll let me get to it. What is this building? This place looks neat. To me, I can't do anything with it. Is this like their storage rooms? That's just straight up a meeting room. Huge. I figure, even though I can't use the Aetherite, might as well attune to all these shards, because you're going to need to eventually anyway. Must be their gardens. Shard up here, along with probably where we're supposed to be going, but we haven't talked to another NPC yet, so we're gonna have to bolt back. Airship landing. Is this how you get here if you need to come here until you unlock the Aetherite? Via airship? To get to you. Probably make a sprint jump. I wonder. What? There we go. wonder. Oh no! He went poof. I like it. I like the view. Alright, gotta go pick up my lost child. Can't even fly here. Alright, where are we going? Airship landing. Haven't attuned to that one yet. So what's he gonna do? Just yell at us for losing him? Need to attune to that one. Ma'am? Heading for Megadula, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door to the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Rubida Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. So you see anything different? Quite an ordeal to get her to the Satrap's residence. It could stand to be a more obvious route, like the one to the vault or Kagane Castle. That was going the right way. No way it's that simple, is it? It is that simple. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Confusing as it is, you'd think they intended to make a maze of the Brazatan. Uganda was flat, at least. If you became lost, you could head to higher ground to get the lay of the land. Ooh, circle. I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you'll have to pay another visit. The city is confusing, food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Talking about eating a bird, and this bird's like, hey, quit it! That's a, I'm alright. Greetings and welcome to Megadula. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I will usher you into the audience chamber, if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
So we're just going to get a metric ton of warding scales?
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Pretty sure dragons just shed scales. Oh. Nope. I was wrong.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
I was saying, I'm pretty sure dragon scales are a dime a dozen.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
Yeah, he was already here, probably, wasn't he?
In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
With Omega hot on his tail.
He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom we must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Indeed, we're not going to learn much
We must take our
more
leave,
here.
but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be here with us now, after that Omega stuff.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Yeah, we don't really care about him. Of course.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Do what we can.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
It's gonna be a hell of a road though, still. I'll read through this again. Finalize through too many threads. So if I'm understanding this right, it basically says hold on to your comrades, they'll keep you anchored when all hope seems lost, effectively. So what were you and Vithra talking about? Nothing of importance, really. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. As I've gone ahead to High Crucible, let us catch up with them. The Lieutenant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. Come, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Well, before we do that, there's an aetheryte way the hell out here I need to get. Probably should have had Astidian with me whenever I got it, but eh. Might have been more lure circles. Lore circles. Looks like it's this way, then to the right. Continue on straight. Is this like your living quarters? Absolutely the housing area. So Razatan housing when? Back here, and I need to take my first break for the day. I need to get up, stretch the legs, guess refill the water, all that good stuff. I implore all of you folks to do the same. And I will be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere and take care, friends. BRB. Hey folks, we back from break. Sorry that took a minute. Literally did the living meme of losing something in the house when you had just put it down. I put my water bottle next to my kitchen sink to fill it up and put it back on my desk. Then I went to use the bathroom and take care of a couple social media things. I then proceeded to spend about a good 3 to 4 minutes looking for this damn water bottle. There you go. This water bottle, I spent 4 minutes looking for it. And then found it on the kitchen sink just sitting there waiting for me to fill it up. So I'm a dumbass. Sorry about that. Let me do a thing real quick. Okay. Alright, Alizé. Your local derp lander derped too hard. From here, I suppose we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where the door takes us. It is a tad bit confusing. It's straightforward, but it's also kind of, what the hell? Then again, this is literally trip number 1 in here, so. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of the 2 doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. You just want dumb. Over here. Latest good news, huh? this forge? Wait, look neat. What the hell is down here? It's like Matoya's Recollect just dialed down a good bit. Toned down to a point where it doesn't destroy your bitrate. Well, last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Endwalker theme drop again?
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
This is how we get to Garlemald. Okay. I'm on board. Let's go. Take the fight, technically not
Garlemald. We would need
Garlemald.
to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then.
What about me?
Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, you're up quick.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come. As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta. And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
And now people will trade with you again because the tower's gone.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman?
Is this true?
Aye, 'tis true. They're right there.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
That it was.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
Yeah, just a flower. Apparently changes colors with
How
plumage.
unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
I think I get it.
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
You mean Limit Break 3?
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense, you have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Spiritual emotion is Akasha, huh?
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Excuse me. Back to Charlian. Correct. Oh, whoops. Almost went in. Ah, it's good to be back. And with the fruit of our labors safely in storage, for now we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings and the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Linkus. Cryo has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure. Flower. It's back to grayish white again.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Oh my god.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Y'all literally went grocery shopping to have dinner. Ah, we get to eat Dickon's burgers. I prefer mine just cheese only, but, you know.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Yeah, he ain't gonna show up.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart. What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Raha's digging into that burger.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
That bloom will be my guide, or something like
It will
that.
be your guide. Test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
Yeah.
Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Still takes it.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Oh, there's one donut left, and one cookie left, and one muffin left. Moon. We're pushing on until dawn, pulling an all-nighter.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
There you are. I was wondering if you'd show up. Well, I shouldn't say if you'd show up, when you'd show up.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
That's Amon talking, not
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Nope.
No. All else is equal, equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On Wings of Hope. Sound the bell, school's in. Now, first off, we need to edit stream info because we are at level 82. I level 525, not quite there. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hoped. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with scholarish Monteshigane. I think it's how you say it. And thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find where we've already departed for Tavnia. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the chud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Ystola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? And it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomena. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Hey, he kind of, sort of did throw every single one of their plans in their face. Oh, God. Heading out for a stroll. Yeah, we're headed over to the main building again. Phenomena. The Scholaric himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the stadium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Well, wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go! Could I have taken the Aetherite? Yes. Do I want to? No. Because this music is chilling. This. Sculpted picture. Oh, up way up there. Here it is, Phenomena. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. Just swipe that thunder. You always did enjoy giving a grand tour to new students. Indeed. Have long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the Studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts. In etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the Studium at the same age, yes? From where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. Nice, Koji. Nice. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Livia began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for scholarish Monteshagin. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whim takes him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Meanwhile, Alphino just sat there and took all that. Script exchange, huh? That was Alphino Livia, wasn't it? The Alphino Livia? And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! We're just looking for the Scholaric. Sorry, you said you were looking for the Scholaric, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alipos should have a better idea. Go this into here. I guess I could have gone either way. Hero. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. Orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the Studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Well, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here as Searchers Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Passia to this, tongue of giant toad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. This is literally Hogwarts. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you. I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Tracked down many a thing in my time, but I ain't no gleaner. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? That's exactly what you said, isn't it? You're looking for a scholarage. Afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him! He was here, but no, he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meat. Go back the way he came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. You mentioned alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. So it's Hogwarts. Ha! The time it's taken me to tell you all this, Scholarich has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Oh. Thank you, ma'am. Ki Alipo. Hopefully I said your name right. World Fate. I can't access that without flying. Cooking place. Yes, the Scholar-ish was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. We spoke at length. I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor. Perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Apparently there's a World Fate being called, but I'm about 8 MSQ levels away from getting to it. Not in there. Here. First off, usually let's get some Monkiness experience.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
If I remember right, this was the guy who basically told everyone to shut the hell up, let's come to a decision to the matter at hand, right?
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Yeah, we had to take care of a tower.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
I know I've heard this guy's voice somewhere before in some anime or video game, but I can't place it.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Except one guy tried to tell us and choked
Our
up.
duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Guess we're going back to college. Nerd Bert in his element right here. Are you actually taking notes?
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal Ether?
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Wouldn't be able to read the words.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Right, because that's right, I forgot. Couldn't recall the events.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
I wish my character was flagged as legacy, because I guarantee you this would change if my character was a legacy character.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. The
reason I say that is because for the legacy players for 2.0, whenever you complete the Praetorium, that enchantment is lifted, and everybody remembers who your character is. Minfilia was the only one who remembered, and apparently it was Hydaelyn that cast that enchantment on everybody, if I remember right. So this is effectively the same thing, except you're prohibited from speak. They know what it is, but they can't speak about it because of this enchantment. And apparently this is against their rules, but they did it anyway.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
When you die, the enchantment fades.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
Yeah, we know of one of them.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Well, thank you, sir.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
I would probably need someone to explain that slightly better, but I think I got the gist of it. You have been granted to run a phenomenon. If you are a game, Ki Alipo would put your artisanry to good use. So, okay. Let's see, scroll this back up. So they have a debate going on that when people die, they return to the life stream or ethereal sea or what have you. There's two schools of thought. One is a bunch of souls merged together, become another person, born anew. And the other thought is souls remain whole and return to the world as another new person, or animal, or creature, or what have you. Maybe. I might be going off on a bit of a skew, maybe. But I think, aren't we living proof that the second theory holds true? How we're effectively reborn Ascian? Because we are Azim, so I think this proves the second theory correct. And the first theory, not so much. Maybe with certain individuals, maybe the first one holds true, and for the second one, the Ascians and whatnot holds true. Maybe they're both right. I think I just type in a Discord asking, am I on the right track? Well, obviously you're not going to say anything because it's limited. The channel I'm in is limited to 80 to 82, but I'm like, am I kind of on the right track here? Are we effectively living proof that the second theory holds true? That some people get reborn anew? Chest gear. Some of my all classes are going to start getting some gear. Well, that's giving me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. What would be their sacred duty to unlock life? And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Alepo, and as the scholaric suggested, while I share my findings with Raha. Yeah, the faculty. Yeah, this is. I assume if I switch to a gatherer. Yep. Is this the gatherer / crafter role quest? Okay. Professors and students from our many faculties gather in searchers meet in order to do business with and recruit. Okay, this is the crafter and gatherer portion of role quests. Okay. So that's crafter and gatherer role quests and deliveries. Something to do during my off time. Speaking of off time, requests have popped up. What do you folks got to say? Oh yeah, it'll be nice to hear his. Yeah, he wouldn't do good in there. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the study proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Silence. As expected, news of the warning scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine the way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in opposition to Limsa Lemitsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's Too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. Let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Alright, fine, I guess. Phew. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Well, you're like 2 foot tall. What do you expect? The crate is taller than you, Cryo. I shouldn't complain, though. Vitra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Form's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consulting with foreign powers, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoria and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news from our... Try that again, speaking words this time. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Talimsa Laminsa. Only kinda surprised that Limsa is not separated as instances. But I guess if you only go here a handful of times in the MSQ, I can see why. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Umbral is at present entertaining the Elder Tsitsi and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Need a moment to prepare, or should I show you to them? Let's do this. Not voiced, surprisingly. My apologies for calling you away from Shralian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warning scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During our time in Shralian, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixol, and Anata have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. Well, your triumph in Radzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroids every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, and we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They are certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. Yeah, they don't care. They're just biding their time. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. See, you get it. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be assured it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. Well, what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We lead the charge, I would assume. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabal contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabad. Rauband and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Oh, should have kept playing. So we invade Ilsabad this way. Thought we were going to go here and then go north. To Garlemald we go. those are people finishing Shadowbringers. There's like 9 different MSQ points at merge here. Damn it. Oh, you two. Ah, the Wanderers return. We've been busy bringing down the tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Elsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Nilsabard, I and the other commandos will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Ha! He's joining us. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Willet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you've obtained led to the information of this expeditionary force. Led to the formation. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Talaferoi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries out for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission at jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Vars and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Elsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Fair, I suppose. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of our former legatus and attempt to raise me into a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I get it, buddy. Take care of Willet. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Willet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? Might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you. All of you. You go get him, Robon. Tiamat still doing Tiamat things. Nice. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Oh, they fixed the royal menagerie. Yeah, they just say the same stuff. Ah, the resistance members from the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? So this is why everybody's standing around. Well, except for the level 80 person. They're probably still doing Shadowbringer stuff.
By the 12.
That's a lot of people.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Those are the Bard class quest people. You from the Marauders Guild? You're the what was your name? Sigard? I think that's who you are. You are the scholar person, White Mage, Lise. The Thaumaturges / Black Mages. You're the dude, I don't remember your name, from the ARR Dragoon quest. Emmeline. And I don't remember how to pronounce your name, but you're the Machinist person.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
And Lucia.
Lucia. I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Oh, that was Underfoot from the Rogue Quest.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
How do you even see?
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
I don't remember this person because, I'll be honest, I boosted White Mage. So I'm pretty sure this is a Conjurer class trainer who's relevant. I recognize these two from the Bards.
Of course, with an experienced White Mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
I'm glad I went through and did all the level 80 class quests before I started this up.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
You are Sikad.
Wait, I know you. The name's Sikard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Yeah, it's Sikard from 5.4. That's the scholar Blalafel who escorted us. And I don't quite place you, but I take it you're the Marauders Guild.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Those must be the tanks.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we.
These must be the melee DPS.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Thaumaturge, Pippin, Lys, Monk, Underfoot from the Rogues, and more Thaumaturges.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The 4 high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
What's his name again? Stephanism? Or something like that? Stephanonism?
There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolane!
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
There's only one gentleman of light, and you ain't him. I dare say your fancy footwork maybe all that stands between us and something too.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
That brain is fucked.
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Cue them coming in.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
It's the Dothal.
Out of my way!
Yep!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Calm yourself, we're not on the front line yet.
Fadil Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
I don't recognize these two. I think you were in the Gunbreaker quest line. Like, one of the masters.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
I just want to point out, I love the choice of music for this. I don't remember the exact name of the tune, but I think it's labeled the Hunt theme from Heavensward. I always did love this tune.
To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Except for me, because I can teleport. I hope you bunny girls brought some clothes with you, because you're going to be cold. Well, we got some people to talk to. To victory come hells or high water. I love how they mention stuff that you did. Don't you die. Oh, he's not underfoot. He's the monk law fell. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. You do Serena may be into it. Sadu, she's likely to kill you as she has to flirt with you. Do not. Stefan even. Sure. Did she spy the fight between me and Xenos? There's no option to call him little son. Boo. Oops. Go through that again just for stream's sake. I made the lap. Any other NPCs? No? Okay. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, Due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climates of Ilsabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Did I go around and talk to everybody for almost no real reason? Oops. I should be talking. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Calamity, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would not have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Calamity, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Now that their dialogue's changed. Okay, as soon as you talk to them, they go back to their dialogue. And a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. These enchanted talismans, or should it be talisman, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the Great Work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves us the other mountain of whatever else is lying for us in Calamity. Only one way to find out, huh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me the chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over. But we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Eisenhower instead? Bug it if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hillfair told me they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land. In the middle of the sun, snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail. However the saying goes on airships. Yes. So these are the famed warding skills. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Trollswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Gallians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades. Should fighting break out. We heard it would be cold in Calamity, so we came prepared. I had her voice down to a T when I did Stormblood, and now I don't. Oh, the talismans! We're to keep these close at all times, yes? We'll see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in time of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, much like much of Arthur, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and of the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Aw, you won't let us go up to the throne. Boo. You have a warding scale for me too. Yes, we do. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the code of Isilbard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warming. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Calamity quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Too late for that, girl, huh? This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Golemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, but since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something of my liking. Hark, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? But how? I have my ways, oh, yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off the Ilsapod without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how could I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Agrimus and Bloomweeda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Crowd company in the Baldassian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Agrimus and Bloomweeda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. I'm trying to remember who those are. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless is in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Golemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I could do for you other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. That's a coat. Sitting walking like, I ain't wearing that shit. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Oh boy. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Iron Works will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Well, if this is going to be the case, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm not going to throw up the screen or anything, just going to do this, mute my mic, and use the bathroom, be back in like 2-3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let's turn that off. Alright, upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. In addition, you'll be required to participate in Battle Your Progress. Alright. Let's do it!
Silsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Heaven's Word theme again, huh?
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They have sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
It's his, post Heaven's Word cloak, whatever we thought he was betraying us.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
We can do that. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot, Damn, Thancred. That looks pretty good.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Here we go. In the coming battle, we will fight as Thancred. Alright, so what do we got? You're more or less the same as you were when we had the custody battle with Reen. So Nebula's on 2. So that's our stealth. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Two on the gate. And see if I'm not careful.
Must be losing my touch.
Oh. Well, Herpader. Oops. Is that a timer? Oh, it does. Back off. Back off. go about doing this? Doesn't work. This just works on guard dogs. Okay. Yes, I thought that did not shut a stealth. Okay. Of course.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
I like this. This is neat.
Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Stand here and wait for an opportunity. Target it so that way I know where it is. Luckily, it does not care. Luckily, their line of sight is super forgiving. Slasher's gonna be a problem. Where is it? There it is. Oh wait, they do rip. They're gonna do the thing again, aren't they? Yep. possible to knock out one? I have to take out a dog next. How am I going to do this? You can't really walk up. Sneak back over here. Let's wait for a chance to try and take out this dog. I might be overthinking this and respecting their field of view way too much, but I also don't really have a way to deal with these easily. Let's go this way.
Damn, spotted.
I hit the guard with the bomb. That's annoying. Run immediately here. I could have done better.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabar contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Dog.
Wait! Something's coming!
We got dogs, we got matchstick.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
What's coming at me first?
Fighters! Protect the others!
Fighting alongside all the NPCs you fought alongside this entire time.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Really like the music in this game. The combat music, anyway.
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Oh. So, am I there already? Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh boy.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
I'm here.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now. Forward!
Way ahead of you. Oh, baby.
Let them have it!
I turn on tank stance to do the thing I'm supposed to be doing. Now it's on.
As a raging bull!
Pippin. Can't do anything about that.
That car! Magilia!
Do not fall behind!
He gets knocked out by her and he was already thirsty. So far.
Kill or die!
You got Tempest? Oh. Your time to shine, Shadow?
Tremble before the sun!
That'll do it. Whew. Non-lethal meteor, by the way.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
All good as far as I know.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
That's a weird looking Aether, right?
The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
We in Garlemald. On the enemy's doorstep, and they're expecting us.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Broken glass. Can't broken glass. '83, '82, '82. So, okay, so this is going to be so this is the 82 to 83 zone. So it'll be the 83 to 84 zone, the moon. Then we go back to Thavnir. In spite of the obstacles we face, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we must get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind accompanying Y'shtola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Or would you mind asking? Alizé and I will greet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. There is no conclusive evidence. I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. And this is what I'll probably be doing in my off time, is doing Fate's here. Get that sweet, sweet, sweet mount speed, but I don't know if it's available yet. Let's see real quick. It's way too dark. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows.
We're in Garlemald. It's snowing, cold. Kinda sucks.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers on their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next.
Yeah.
My smiths reckon with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Well, we've gleaned from a cutscene that Fandaniel and Xenos pretty much seem to be more than content just to sit there twiddling their thumbs, biding their time, because even though they lost the tower, their plan still continues basically unabated. They want a crap ton of ether for some reason.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Exactly. They don't care.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Extensive travels is something of an understatement. I suppose if nothing else needs doing.
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Emmeline, you was. There's this odd perception that Asgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the Calamity. Afterwards, I was really only a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold! It's my understanding that this world has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? You little bitch. Never thought myself as much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Taru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. But we will do that next time we stream. I've been going for almost 5 hours. Apparently, I encountered an error 2000, according to my player. So, we'll flip off the light. Alright, folks. That'll be it for me tonight. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Really do appreciate it. Oh, Brit's still going, is she? Well then, Brit, as you still do Reaper things, I'm going to send you all over to her. No MSQ spoilers because she has not started it yet. She wants to get Sage and Reaper to 80, I think, is her current plan. So next time I stream, probably tomorrow. Time, unsure. But just hit the follow button, turn on the alerts, you'll get notified. I'm gonna probably grab a little bit of a snack and kick back, relax, and probably go to sleep in a bit. So everybody, thanks again for coming out. Do appreciate it. Take care wherever you are in the world. Have a good rest of your night, rest of your day. And I will see you, should be tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one.
And it, how it must burn.